Hi everyone. Hi, can you hear my voice? Okay. Yeah. So, good evening, guys. Let me share my screen. Hope we can start now. Okay. So, this is Ravikant. So, let me introduce myself. So, I have around 20 years of experience in the software industry, and then starting with the embedded industry, then to the software. For around 9.5 years, I was into the cloud side. So almost all these years, I was into product development majorly and the project management side. Completely starting my career on the embedded side, then moved to the mobile applications, then to the web applications, then on to the finally to the cloud. So I was a Microsoft certified trainer and delivered more than 100 plus of training sessions till now. And mostly I do on Azure infrastructure, Azure developer, on the Azure DevOps and the now AWS DevOps, data engineering, and the cloud architect from Azure, AWS, and GCP on the architect side. So mostly till now, I was trying for around 5,000 people, and for the past around 8 years after moving to the cloud, I started training on weekends. Then now, for the past 1.5 year, I was a full-fledged trainer. So, so because end of the day, when a trainer needs his expertise, he should have a real-time experience as well as a trainer experience. It's not only a training experience. So most of the time, I used to go as a guest speaker and a mentor in T-Hub and Microsoft and IIC. IIC is nothing but the IoT consortium in Belgium, Europe. So I used to travel there for IoT, cloud, project and product management. Okay, I have more than 25 certifications till now. So this all about me. So coming to Simply Learn, it is having around 10 years of digital skills training division. It's a completed training company where it has around 1,000 plus employees all over the world. So, and 1 million digital trainings has been done till now. And we have around 2,000 industry trainers who works for Simply Learn. So the major mission we started Simply Learn is for helping the professionals throughout the globe for acquiring a new skills in the digital world. So, Simply Learn journey started in 2009 as a project management block, then added number of categories on the PMPs and started on the professionals across 50 plus countries. And it's slowly we are in the 2022 now. So it's roughly it comes to around 12 years, 12 plus years. So, and it is the largest certification training provider. So there are a number of awards for Simply Learn, starting in 2018, almost 2018, 2017. one of the best IT trainings in the industry. And for some for customer services also we got the awards for it. And majority of our categories are simple: marketing and automation on the digital marketing, digital selling, and Salesforce, and full stack development on the cloud computing, DevOps, cyber security, mobile and software development. And on the product and the different processes, Simply Learn is into Agile and Scrum, IT services and infrastructure, project management, quality management, UI UX design. And recently, for the past around 4 years, we started on the AI side, artificial and machine learning, big data, data science, BI, and robotic process automation. These are the four categories where Simply Learn is working hard to make the corporates in understanding the new technologies, coming up with the new plans, all these things. So, most of the journeys here we do is 80% live virtual classroom course completion, and there are 60% we do on simulation exam score, and there is a project submission and evaluation also, and finally to the certification. And you can use your mobile on the go on the learning side, train anytime, anywhere access, online self-guided learning, virtual classrooms, global teaching assistants, and assignments, mentorships, and there are lot of hands-on labs, quizzes and practical tests, and project works. Okay, so can you start yourself or introducing yourself, your name, years of experience, your past experience, which is related to the course? Can one by one start this? Hello. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear my voice? Then you can start speaking, right, about yourself, your experiences and past experiences. Okay. Okay, you are muted. Is there any chance? I'll do one thing. Uh, Let us have a call session. I'll mute one by one, unmute one by one. You can start. Abhinay Jain, you can.
Hi all, I am Abhinay and I have around 14 years of experience into software testing and been into both manual and automation. So I also have worked on Azure DevOps and the automation which is required for our current industry using PowerShell and other aspects into Azure Cloud and other things. So I'm looking out for this course to expand my knowledge and also my experience in this current industries.
Okay.
Thank you.
Achar Aniket. Yeah. How come it is unmuting? Yeah, Acharya.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. So I have overall 10.6 years of experience in application development, and I'm looking forward to establish myself into DevOps industry basically.
Okay.
So I have a little bit knowledge of DevOps. I mean, currently in my project I've been using Docker as well as Jenkins, but there is a, I mean, it is not to that extent. So I want to explore basically things.
Okay. Yeah. Akash?
Hi, good evening everyone.
Yeah.
My name is Akash and I'm working in Wipro as a deployment engineer. My current experience is 4.5 years. So I just want to learn DevOps and also I want to build my career around DevOps only. So that's why I have taken this course.
Okay. Yeah, Alok?
Yeah, hi all. That I am Alok and I have overall 9 year of experience in Java, Spring, and microservice. So currently I am working with Wipro, and I have means new in DevOps field. Just try to understand that DevOps and that grooming in this area also.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aarti Arun? Aarti? Okay. So just send me one single message. So how many of you are new to DevOps? So if we do one by one, okay, Jagdish, okay. Okay. Then instead of I think most of the people are new to DevOps. Let's have a lot of discussion on this. If you have anything, you can just send a message in the chat window. I can go with that. Okay. So the basic classroom ground rules: be on time, and you don't want to miss anything now, because whatever I'm going to take these sessions is complete on the real-time scenarios which you have already seen some of the. Sudipta. Okay. Sure, Sudipta, just 1 second. Okay. So that whatever you have been seeing, you have some pointers now. So that pointers I will try to add and give you a complete clear picture. What is the purpose of the DevOps? What is the purpose of why do we think that angle? And the thought process of a DevOps guys. All these things are very important to understand much more inside the DevOps. Okay, and we will have it every 2 hours. We'll have a break. Let me know the time you want. Maybe 8:45 or 9. Okay, so and everyone's feedback will help me to give you more details. And there is a two things where I can 9 o'clock is okay, right? So you can reach me out on the help and support center where I'll be sharing you the links now. Just so these are the two links. There are two links here. One is on the Google Drive and the community help. Okay, you can go try login into that, and you can post anything so that whenever the next sessions will be there, right? So if you have anything, I'll look into that every day and I'll reply to that. Okay, so let's start with CICD pipeline. So before coming to this CICD, first let me tell you about the course on the CICD pipeline with Jenkins. So the main thing we look for Jenkins is whenever you go with the software engineering model, there are number of stages we have. So there are different software development life cycle which we call SDLC. This SDLC is very important for any software company to come up with the step-by-step plans. So there we used to work on Jenkins, where it is a CI/CD tool. What you mean by CI/CD? CI is a continuous integration and CD is a continuous deployment. So to give more details on this, let's have a basic understanding of Jenkins now, and slowly we'll go more into the SDLC, and then what is the reason SDLC has become a very important point for DevOps. So let's share my screen. So Jenkins. So Jenkins, what is this Jenkins now? So generally this Jenkins is a continuous integration and continuous delivery of the project. Whatever the projects we are going to do, like in a team, maybe a small team or a bigger team, doesn't matter here. So regardless of the platform we are working, we can use Jenkins. We need to do build, we need to do integrations, we need to do deployment and reporting and testing, right? So these things are very important for a developer. Okay, so generally this Jenkins is one of the tools we have on first the CI/CD. Suppose you take the developers now. What's the work of the developer? They start writing their code, source code, and check their source code, right? But previous days we don't have any tools to integrate into one simple thing. That's the reason we have a build and release engineers in the previous days. Even some projects we still have build and release engineers. That team used to sit and get all the code from the different developers and start integrating into one single code and checking that, okay, if that code is properly working or not, whether all these things are. So, but with the starting of the DevOps, this task has been very easier and very good for the DevOps. So Jenkins, so the developers are checking their source code, right? So once the code has been checked in, the Jenkins will pick up the changed source code and trigger a build and run all the test cases when required. And the build output will be available in the Jenkins dashboards, so that automatic notification will be sent to all the developers, all your managers who are in that development group. so that based on that final notification, we can identify how the build is, whether it is having any issues, or the build is passed or build is failed, and if passed, what are the things has been added and what are the things has not been added on the any new version of the changes on the build, and if it is failed, where it is failed, what are the issues are there. All these things, Jenkins is ready to work as an automation tool for CICD. Okay, so when you talk about there is a Hudson where this is an open source Java based continuous integration tool which is developed by Sun Microsystems. Okay, presently it is in Oracle, but Sun Microsystems is one of the best companies in the world sometime before. So this was, after that this is acquired by Oracle. So now after this acquisition, the Sun Microsystem has developed this Hudson, right? This framework was created for the introduction of the Jenkins. In simple and short, continuous integration is a development practice which requires all the developers in the team to integrate their source code into a shared repository at a regular intervals. Okay, this is done because previously we don't have these options anywhere. We used to have this SVN, or there are different types of things. We can push the code to the centralized repository, not after building that. So once the repository has been moved, we start building the applications, and we have to do it manually. Now with the Jenkins tools, and there are a number of CI/CD tools. First leave of Jenkins, but there are a number of CI/CD tools where these next steps are very easy. Once there is a trigger in the new source code, push it to the Git, then it automatically, there are ways to do that. Yes, there are a number of ways we have to think on here. When my source code has to build, is it for, suppose I have 5 people, let's take 5 people. So one guy has pushed the code at 11:30 in the morning, someone has around 1 o'clock, like that. So do I need to build the code, source code, for every triggering point, or there is any other trigger point? This is the first step you have to identify when you start using the Jenkins. So I have a build ready. I have to start integrating the source codes. I have to start deployment, and I have to give the notifications on the reporting side, and then start the testing of the code, source code, which the developers has been written for today. Tomorrow is different, yesterday is different. Today I have to do all these things. Whether you want to make it time based or you want to make it based on the commits we done on the Git. Okay, so these are the 5 steps we do on the Jenkins majorly. So there are some features we have. So there is a personalized notifications, and there is a lot of new upgrades for the Jenkins. Almost every 3-4 days we start having a new update with the new features adding it. So that is also one of the good feature, and there is a master slave architecture involved here. Okay, I'll come back to master slave architecture. So it is, the installation is very easy, and there is a CI/CD pipeline configurations. And with the Jenkins or CI/CD tools and Jenkins, the increasing of the productivity is very higher. The reason I'll come one by one. and there is a master-slave architecture in Jenkins. So what is this master-slave architecture? So when you talk about master-slave architecture, so there are see, Jenkins is a distributed architecture. So it means I have a master, I have a slave. So this is managed by the distribution build. So master and slave. Suppose I have a server. It is it is running as a master, and our what you call laptops or desktops, whichever you are using, the workstations, is used as a slave. Don't think only laptops. On top of that, the Jenkins also should be installed, and this is communicated through the TCP/IP protocol. So there are different protocols we have in the industry. So how do we do this? The main advantages we get with this type of architecture is, with this type of tool is, it is an open source tool with a great community support, very easy installed, and it is based on the Hudson, which is a Java-based framework. Okay, so now coming to master, there are major things it has to start handling. It has to schedule the jobs, build jobs, and dispatch all the builds to the slaves for the actual execution, and monitoring each of the workstations you have, which is running as a slaves, whether it is online or it is offline, and recording and presenting the build results. And there is a master instance we have. So this master instance will execute the build directly. Okay, so these are the major advantages we have on the master side. And when it comes to slave, it is a very small executable running on our workstations. So every time it hears the request from the master instance, which is on the server, and the slaves are running on the variety of operating systems. There are major operating systems we build, all the Linux flavors, all the Windows flavors, and the Mac flavors. Okay, the job of the slave, this slave machine, is majorly to do what the configuration is involved, right? Which involves executing the build jobs and dispatch by the master. And we can also configure a project which always run on the slave machine. Okay, so but the master will be always one, and there may be number of slaves here. The reason for the number of slaves, in general, whenever we talk as a master and slave architecture, there may be number of slaves connecting. Whatever you are seeing into your office organization infrastructure, you have a server. Every your laptop will be connecting to the Windows server or Linux server. So that is the same model we are using. So how does this work? So Jenkins uses different testing environments on Ubuntu, Mac, and Windows. Majorly all these three things. Okay, so how does this work? So whenever the team of developers started committing their code to the GitHub or any Git repository, there are a number of Git repositories available in the market. In general, in short, it's a GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, Git Kraken, all these things are regularly used one. Okay, so when the code commit triggers continuous integration, so it starts with the Jenkins server, which is the master, and from master it looks after all the slaves which is connected, like Windows, Linux, Mac, or n number of things. And once the build has been started, depends on the build is again depends on the number of lines of code and what are the packages involved and what are the libraries involved, what is the size of that. It depends on the size of the final code, because there are static libraries and the dynamic libraries also. These static libraries are direct, but when you talk about the dynamic libraries in the your package, see, there are people who call it as a package, who call it as a library. It depends on whether you are working on the open source or a commercial product. Okay, so here this Jenkins, this Git is there, right? This Git repository checks in a periodic intervals for any changes made on the source code. There are two options here. You have one, you configure the build at then suppose you complete your office at around 6. You can start building all the code which is pushed in from the morning to evening on the day around at 7:30. So that when before 1 second before when the time starts at 7:30, it starts integrating all the source codes which is developed by all the developers on that day. Integrate it and then start building the source code with all the packages, whether it is a stable package, whether it is a in progress development package, all these things. So once this Jenkins master requests all the slaves for performing the testing, and after testing, and it will start generating the test reports. Okay, so we'll go with the setup of the Jenkins on the master and slave tomorrow, but this is the overall idea of Jenkins features. And Jenkins have one more thing. Jenkins has a CICD tool. It has around 1,000 Jenkins plugins. What you mean by plugin? Suppose there are tools, it has to support all the languages in the world. So every language is very important for any tool. Suppose when you are creating a one platform for this type of things, you have to support all the languages available in the market. So roughly around we have 78 to 81 languages as of today. There are some languages may not be used, or some languages are highly used. So integration with all the around 100 DevOps tools and using all the tool chains on the DevOps side, we do orchestration. And after integrating all the tools, it gives you the end-to-end CI/CD pipeline management. Okay, so now if you see in this picture, the code and commit is the first steps for starting a Jenkins. So the number of code and commit tools are there: Git, IBM Rational, GitHub, Stash, Serena, Starty, Perforce. So there are some very old things are there: Mercurial, Perforce, Star Team or very old one. Around 20-22 years back, we used to do that. It has to support that as well. And coming to the build and configuration. So what you mean by build? So this build is nothing but the development code which you are building. Has every language has their own set of some libraries, how to build it, how not to build it, what is the process of doing that, and how do we configure for building every day, all these things. So Maven is there, Gradle is there, Docker is there, Chef is there, Ansible is there, Vagrant is there, Visual Studio, MS Build is there, Salt Stack is there. So everything comes under the build and configuration. So there is a scan and test. What is this scan and test? For testing the source code which it has started building here, it comes to Gerrit, Source, Sonar Cube, Brazemeter, JUnit, Cucumber, Fitnessy. All these things are very important tools in each and every domain. And I think when you are working as a developer, you might have used all these minimum. I don't think you have worked on all the things. Minimum 1 or 2 you would have used. But as a developer or DevOps engineer, whenever you understand, okay, this is the way you need to build CICD pipelines, while configuring the scan and test, you have to use the different tools for identifying on the manual side and the automated side. And release. Okay, now the code is committed, it has been built and configured, and it has scanned all the files and tests all the files, and after that it starts releasing to the release directory. So what is this release directory? So generally, if you can observe any of your IDEs or how you want to, there is a debug mode and a release mode, and ship mode is also there. Remember this thing, there are 3 things. One is a debug mode, which has a image size will be of higher when you compare with the when you are comparing with the debug, the size is very low. Suppose I give you a small example. So for building an application on the debug mode, if it is taking 10 MB, the release mode debug is around 1 MB or 900 only. Okay, so the size will be almost the bigger difference because the debug build is having the debug symbols, all the debugging messages, all these things. So for reducing that, we keep the code in the release mode. And for this, we use udeploy, Serena, Excel release, Collaborate. All these things are very important tools for the release. And after that, once my code is done and it is working fine, now I have to deploy my application now, right? So this application will be running on Azure, AWS, GCP, OpenStack, Docker, OpenShift, JBoss, it's a direct.net, and WebSphere. Okay, this is how it was. So where is Jenkins used? Most of the industries are using this CI/CD pipeline to make IT industry and services in the financial services, logistics again called as a supply chain also, and hospitals and healthcare, and all the insurances will use Jenkins now. So now the course outline would starting with introduction to CICD and getting started with Jenkins. How do we set up the build jobs and configuring the build pipelines, automated testing with the Jenkins, and code quality is also very important. See, if we all have different thought process, you can write the code in a different manner, I can write the code in different manner. To make this understand that how the quality of the code, we use some of the tools. And there is a automated deployment and continuous delivery. And how does that distributed systems works in the Jenkins? So when you are understanding what is the course outcome, we go with all the Jenkins architectures, managing the Jenkins plugins and all the Jenkins integration. See, in general, if you understand in the real-time world, there may be two ways you get any of the tool learning. Suppose one team will start using another CICD tool and some will be using this, right? So whenever we look around like this, you have to understand what is the source code I was building it, how does it works in the Jenkins architecture, and how do I manage the different plugins in that. All these things is the output of the Jenkins course. Okay, and I need to understand what is the Jenkins jobs, unit testing with Jenkins, Jenkins pipelines. See, majority part it is the pipeline. Okay, and the master slave architecture and Git 10 model. So these are the major outcomes of the course, and there are some tools which are very important for testing also. So the deployment with the Tomcat and SonarQube is based on the code quality, and Finebugs is one of the tools, and JMeter is for writing the test cases, and Jackaco is one of the tools. So this is the overall idea on that. So for the customer support, you can call and live chat on this. Help and support on the website is there. The teaching assistant also will support you in this lab sessions. So do you have any questions till now? No. Okay. So let me move with what is the purpose of working on the Jenkins. So I gave you a overall introduction of the Jenkins, right? So let me start with the traditional software development process which we have before. Okay, even though you are not using and you are as of now, what is one second? What is? See, it is a framework name. Whatever the framework which is Jenkins is started, the name of that framework is that. Okay, so it's a bold framework, but that is the major one for our Jenkins because it's a very old project which Sun Microsystem has done that. But the only thing is we use that, and on top of that we build an user interface, and we start adding it to the new one. Okay, so now what is the traditional software development life cycle. See, generally, I'll tell you one important point here. There are 2 points you have to understand. There is a software development life cycle and the product development life cycle. So, this software development life cycle, what is the 2 things? There are, when you go with the different types of companies, you use any of these 2. Generally, in short, everyone will tell that it's the software development life cycle. No. The reason for that is, it depends on what type of company it is, whether it is a service based or a consulting based software development life cycle. But there are some companies, mostly you won't see much in the India. Just it started. It is a product development life cycle is also different. But initially started with the traditional software development. So these software development, I think how many people are using Scrum or Agile methodologies now? Okay. So mostly some people will start using that. I think almost everyone has started using. So there are different roles you have seen it. That the traditional delivery process. So development team will look after the analysis, planning, implementation, and unit testing and the demos, right? And there is a quality team, they do on the integration testing, acceptance, and non-functional analysis. And finally, the operations team will look after the release and monitoring. This is the complete life cycle of a traditional delivery process. So generally, delivery process begins with the requirements defined by the customer and ends with the release of to the production. So how do you know whether this is went on the live? So there are different phases now. Development, testers or a quality assurance team, and the operations team is responsible for releasing and monitoring. Okay. So in traditional delivery process, the release cycle starts with the requirements provided by the product owner. Who is the product owner? So there are 3 things. You can type that who is the product owner. Okay, there are 3 things. The developer, the development, the developers work on this product or a project, and quality assurance team, it gives you the complete clear picture of testing of the code which is done by the developer, right? And there is an operation team. The operation does the release and monitors all the production environment. So this is a standard delivery process. Instead of a client won't be the product owner in 98% cases. I'm not talking about the 2% or 1%, but in general is a stakeholder. 95% will be a stakeholder, or it depends on client to client mindset, client to client thought process. They want to take complete hold of, you have to understand the thought process of the other guys also. One client is different from other client. Okay, how they map it. But in general, it's the stakeholders. General stakeholders will be the point of contact of the product owner. Okay, what are these drawbacks? So previously, what is used to happen is the delivery is very slow, lack of automation, long feedback cycle. So once the product has been released, to get the feedback, you have to wait for 1 month or 2 months also. Because how do you identify whether the product is running fine as for the end user or a customer? There are two levels here, end user and the customer. Even though we are dealing with the customer, what you do is the customer gets the feedback from their side and from the end user side. If you can identify, I'll slowly come to that one point. See, when you see some of the companies, even the product is released to the public, still it is in the beta, right? So this way, this traditional delivery process, there is, for the employees who is working on the traditional delivery process, will have a lower job satisfaction. The reason for that is it's a slow delivery. Automation is not there. And to get a small feedback from the end user or a client, he has to wait for some days because they also have to test the code, right? They have to test the application. They have to test the data. All these things, because of this, sometimes he should be in a highly stressable area before the release of the application. And there is a shared responsibility. So why does the client take responsible when he is paying for the client and you for your company, right? So that also is one of the main drawback we have. And the communication we do in this traditional delivery process is, it has a very minimal communication. So at that time, it gets more than 1 month or 2 months to get the communication between the client and the partner. Okay. So generally, this integration phase is a traditional software development life cycle was very hectic because in this phase, the code made by all the team members were combined into one, which is an extra effort, and there is a lot of conflict changes. Suppose I give you a small example, which I'm not sure of now, but previously we used to see the same issue. Okay, suppose there are some companies who gives you the source code has to be written this way, or this is the variables you have to start using. This is the every point it has to give you, because I write a variable in a way that m underscore variable, or someone will write in a different way. These things we call that as a coding standard. Okay, even though we give the same coding standard or a different coding standard, merging all the developer source code into one single code is very hectic task. There are a lot of changes, there are a lot of effort, we need to keep it on that. So, and finally, after building it, this is a manual way, right? So, the type of issues we get is very complex, and finding is also very difficult, and fixing them is also different. So this process, which involves lot of risk and the significant delivery delays, unplanned costs, and finally the unhappy clients. So continuous integration is being done for addressing these issues. So it's a hectic task. You cannot tell that job is easy. Still, there are companies who is using build and release engineers. Okay, so this continuous integration is a tool which monitors all the version control systems and compiles automatically and tests your application whenever a small change is detected. Suppose I am taking this simple example. A small changes. I have to start the next line here, but I don't take that. So from version to control, there is no spacing. I just start giving a space, just a space, and commit the code. Still, this will start building the CI and start integrating to the main code, and then finally it builds the application and gives you either error or no error. Okay, this is a small example for CI. So what are the major advantages we get on the CI part? See, every code base, every quality of code and the matrix code coverage is very important in the continuous integration, and all these things are automatically monitored. What is it meant by your code base? I'll give you a small example here. It is not straightforward. Whenever we talk about a code base, I'll give you a small example. You take any of the bank in India. Now, it has a web application, it has a mobile application, it has a backend, right? And there is a business intelligence, there is a database involved, all these things. For whenever you start writing the code, you cannot tell that, okay, that developer is having a database code, I am having something. All these things are made into one single code base, so that all the codes are in the same thing, right? Suppose for web, I have a web folder. For mobile, I have a mobile application folder. The code will be present in only one thing, and it will be a code base for all. And code quality, how the quality of the code is, how the developers have written that. There are some tools which is generally the Sonar Cube. It will identify how the code looks good. There are some parameters which will go one by one in the next levels, but the code, understanding the code quality with a tool is highly good. And after the code quality, it gives you the metrics as well. So how many times there are updates, how many times it is not updates, all the coverage metrics, what it has been covered, and is there anything pending, all these things. And the main one more advantage for CI is technical depths are down and maintenance cost is low. The reason for that is whenever I started working with one of the company in US, morning shift we used to come by 8 o'clock and then we used to leave at 6 o'clock. We used to develop all the code in the morning. The testers and quality assurance team will used to come at around 3 o'clock, so that they will understand what we have done from the morning, and they have to work till night 12 or 1. so that the cost, the maintenance cost is very high, and two teams are running morning to night, 11, 12, 1 hour. Okay, and because of this, the technical depths are very high in that cases. I tell you that also we are coming. That is one type of software development model. I'll come to that. And it is a publicly visible core quality metric for encouraging all the developers for improving their code quality. Before, we don't have this type of tools. Now you just run it, it gives you the how much percentage of the code and what are the mistakes we have done from each variable declaration to end to end. And final advantage of the continuous integration is it automates the end-to-end acceptance test for understanding the clear picture of the current state of the development effort. Okay? So these are the major advantages we have on the continuous integration. So this continuous integration is defined as a development practice of the code integration into the shared repository in simple and short. Whenever we have integration, so suppose if you think that you are working on a developer before and you use the Git, if you can identify it without committing, it won't trigger the Jenkins. Okay, you keep it in mind. You have to commit for getting a trigger to the Jenkins. And the major one, it has to generate the reports, and it is for the analyze part of understanding why it went wrong or why it is taking a long time to build. There are many issues we generally do. And all the functional test cases and code labeling used to do. And we can pre-production deployment is happening, because before you go to the live, we can do the pre-production deployment, and there is a deploy and it's compiled, coming to compile now. So developing, you are writing your code with your help of your IDE or the tools. But when we talk about compile, it gives you the what type of language you are using, what type of the build system you are using are very important for the compilation. It should support, when you are making a one platform, it has to support 95% of the build systems we have in the market. And all the unit test cases and integration with the databases is also good in the continuous integration. And what is the continuous delivery? So why do we need continuous delivery with this? Okay. So continuous integration is done right. Now we are ready for the deployment at the latest version of the application, or it can be done automatically or a single process script. So continuous delivery is the next step for the continuous integration. Once our code is integrated and tested, then it is deployed with one single click. Okay, it can also be automated, because I don't think after whenever the build has been succeeded and the continuous integration has been triggered, and it can automatically do the automation of deployment. You can set it with one click or you can do automation. So automating our deployment will eliminate the human intervention we see. So whenever we do the continuous deployment, whenever we push every build that pass the test into the production. Because CD is going to come only after the build is succeeded. Okay, and it will be pushing to the production after the the build has been passed. So this is a continuous delivery and deployment we have, and the process is by default is automated. Okay, so this continuous delivery, if only successful build is done, it goes with the automation test and it will be deployed into the production. So continuous deployment. What are these deployments? Continuous deployment is an extension of continuous integration. This is majorly for reducing the time between the development team writing even one single line of code, but a small break also is important. And for it uses in the production environment. There is a faster return on investment for each feature we develop, and the faster feedback from the end users on each feature, and it is released to production. What are the major advantages we have in the continuous deployment? The fastest delivery, the risks are very less, and fast feedback cycle, and flexible release options. So these are the four major things we use it on the continuous deployment. Okay, so faster deliveries. Customers can use the product as soon as the development is completed. Low risk is based on the repeatable and much safer process. Fast feedback, identifying the bugs as soon as they are developed, combine a quick rollback strategy and keeps the production stable. This is the major one of the important things we need to identify. Why there is a rollback strategy? Suppose unexpectedly one developer did not see and unexpectedly he has committed his code to the server. Obviously, the continuous integration will fail, right? So at that time, this kind of fast feedback cycle will work for identifying your bugs, all these things. And flexible release option. You can release the software without any extra time or cost spent in case of the immediate release. So how do we start building the continuous integration process? So there are some prerequisites for the CICD. First, automated build, test, package, and deploy auto operations, generating a quick pipeline execution and quick failure recovery, and zero downtime deployment. Can it be zero anytime? it should be 99.999%. It's almost zero, but not zero. But people are trying for zero deployment model and trunk-based development. Okay, these are the major prerequisites we have for the CICD. And there are a number of tools now. What are these tools? Development tool. Whose voice is low? Mine. How come I did not change anything? So is it fine now? Okay. So this trunk-based deployment is simple. Whenever we do it in the software development, trunk refers for a unnamed branch of a file under the revision control. So this is a key enabler for continuous integration, and there is an extension called CD, continuous delivery. Whenever the individuals are working on a team and committed their changes on the trunk, then there is a lot of things changes important here. Like, so this is generally we come with the trunk based. There are shared branches on the master, and there is a trunk. Okay, so trunk based is majorly for the smaller teams. Every committer like who is committing their code in this trunk based development is working in a stream of small commits with a pre-integration step. So this trunk base, it won't build the CD. Okay. So there are different types of different bases, right? Trunk based development, scale trunk, and elaboration claims, caveats. All these are different types of development, but trunk is nothing in a smaller way. In a master, you have a trunk. If you go with the Git, you can able to see this. So there are number of tools now. For each and every operation which is involving in building the continuous deployment process, there are number of tools available in the market. And every tool can be replaced with any other tool as well, because all the tools does the same thing. Okay, suppose I have a Jenkins, instead of Jenkins you can use a Bamboo from Artisan, and Chef can be used instead of you can replace Chef with the Ansible as well, or vice versa. Okay. So what are these continuous delivery process tools? First, let me come with the version control in the GitHub. or GitLab or Bitbucket or whichever the Git you are using on your personal or your organization level. Second one is, how do this source code is getting built in the GitHub? It has some other tools now. So Maven is there and Gradle is there. If you are writing your code in Java, there are two different tools for here. Maven, by default, Maven is the best tool, and the Gradle is also, the build mechanisms are different in these two tools. And if you go with a .NET, there is a MS build. If you go with a React, NPM. You go with Python, NPM. Or pip, sorry, Python is pip. So these are the different types of tools we use for building the source code when we start pushing it to the Git versions. And there is a Cucumber, JUnit, NUnit. There are n number of testing tools. Selenium is there. All these tools are very important for a continuous delivery process tools. And there is a configuration management tool called Ansible. And for CICD, we are using Jenkins. And containerization, we use Docker. So this is how the continuous integration and code quality, how it goes step by step. Suppose I have a source code control, which is Git or SVN or Azure DevOps tools are there, or GitLab, Bitbucket, and all these things are there. You are pushing your code. Now, how do we set the CI and CD? There is a first next step is the build automation, where Maven, Gradle, .NET, NPM, all these things come to the build automation tools. And after that, unit test automation. So there is a CA dev test and all these things are there on the unit test cases. Still you can do the automation on the unit test. And there is a deployment. Ansible is there. udeploy is also there. And parallelly, the core quality and security scanning is very important. For core quality, we use SonarQube, and HP45 is security scanning we do. And for the continuous integration engines, we use CloudBees, Jenkins. Okay, these are the different types of tools we have on the continuous integration process. One second. So different stages we use it in the CI/CD pipelines. Okay, once we push the source code from the source, it goes to the build and compile it, Docker build. If you have a Docker also, it builds there, and there are a number of test cases we use: smoke test, integration test, performance test, unit test cases, all these things, and it starts deploying it to the staging and then to the production. So this CICD is essential. This CICD pipeline, whatever we started doing this, it has to give you all the steps which we see now for perform in order to give you delivering a new version of a software product. These are the basic steps we use for CI/CD pipeline. All the test cases, functional tests, all non-functional tests also involved in this. There are sometimes we use non-functional tests. I'll tell you how. But generally, there are some test cases based on the domain you are also working. Every test is not for everything. Remember this point. There are a number of test cases we work on, and there are how do my code is going to build. So first, for this, you have to start understanding what are the different build mechanisms we have. So I told you, right, Maven for Java, Gradle for Android. For all the .NET, we have MS Build, React, Node, and Node.js, and all these things. NPM, or I think Angular is also NPM, and then anything I forgot. And still there are some thing we call custom build mechanism. You can write your own build mechanism for this on a scripting, and then you can try that way as well. Like suppose if an embedded developer is working on GCC compiler, they use the GCC compiler for this. Okay, for all the .NET people, we have MS Build. For okay, and one more thing, two more things. Android mobile applications will use Gradle majorly. Even though Gradle is used by the Java, still Android is the one major usage in the industry on the Gradle side. Because previously it was a Gradle only for Java also, but later on it moved to Maven model. Okay. So till now, do you have any questions? When is the static scan carried out before the build, or what is this static scan? Okay. See, static scan, see, we call that as a SAS, SCST, Static Application Security Testing, and there is one more called for Dynamic Application Security Testing. So this SAS is a white box security testing, which it has all the accesses underlying the source code and the binaries as well. So it gives you the testing on the source code as well as the final binaries also. Okay, this is done. The dynamic part, dynamic application security testing for Python. Which one is used for build? I'm coming one by one. Okay, this dynamic is also dynamic application security testing. If we don't have the access for underlying static code or binary, then dynamic is going to run. Okay, so PIP is majorly for Python. And there are some other things on the, if you are going to the different levels on the data science, artificial intelligence. Wait. See, package manager is right, but the build mechanisms, there is small tool in the package manager. Okay. So there are some build mechanisms is there in the package manager. It takes two ways. When you talk about Python, that's what I am coming with. It takes some other help from, I am coming to the Sonar Cube one. Just give me 1 second. See, whenever you talk about the PIP and NPM, there are some tools, it comes from the NPM, some from the PIP. Okay. So, and there are, when you start moving to the higher levels of data engineering, sorry, not data engineering, what do you call artificial intelligence and all, AI, and machine learning, we use the number of build mechanisms in with the NumPy also. See, there are a number of tools. It is not straightforward for whenever you start using Python as automation side, you have different ways, and artificial intelligence and all these things you have different ways. But on top level, because I don't think none of you people will start writing your build mechanisms in any of these tools now, because it is already cleaned and everything is ready to work. Okay. And coming to the Sonar Cube, I'll get back to you 1 second back on this, adding one more point here. Sonar Cube is carried out after the successful build. No, it is a, what you call, whenever the build starts understanding, build is going on, you cannot run the Sonar Cube, first point. Do we need to use Ansible for deployment of Jenkins? Okay. Just give 1 second. Let's clear one by one. So here, let me talk about the Sonar Cube first. The build mechanism is different, and running Sonar Cube on the let it be successful build on any code is different. You can run the Sonar Cube in different ways. The only point here you have to identify is, see, there are different level of licenses where Sonar Cube will run more. Generally, if you go with the free or basic versions, it is only on the successful build. There is nothing to do with your build here. It is with the source code you are using it. It gives you the code quality. Whether you build it or not doesn't matter here. Whatever the code you have written, it gives you the clear picture of the code quality. You can do it before the build and after the build also. But why do you do that both? Only one time is enough. It gives you the clear picture of whether the code is perfectly good and understandable or not, and is there any vulnerabilities or loopholes, the memory leaks, all these things comes into picture. The quality coverage metrics will also be important for the code Sonar Cube. Okay. Just wondering what is this question? Naveed, just wondering how will you organize the breaks in the class? What does that mean? You want a break? This part, do we need to use Ansible for deployment with Jenkins? There are a number of tools. You don't need to go with only the Ansible. Just if you want, I can show you back. There are a number of tools we have. See, the market comes with not single tool. One, suppose if you go with the code and commit path, there are a number of tools. Eclipse is there, Nexus is there, Mercurial is there. Perforce, I don't think none of you people have seen, but still it is there. SVN subversion is there, Stash is there, GitHub is there, GitHub is there, all this. No, Jenkins cannot do everything to the end deployment, but there are some scenarios we can do some part, not all the parts. I think Naveed has joined later, so we'll take a break at 9 o'clock. Okay. So coming to, one second, I've missed. Just so how do you deploy? From where you are going to deploy, whether it's AWS or suppose thing that is a cloud or Docker or hosting OpenStack, Kubernetes, all these things are different. We'll come one by one. Let's go step by step on this. Okay. So, now, if you go with the different stages of the pipeline, there are many things you need to work. So how do you create a pipeline? Okay. What are the tests you have to run? Everything, it depends on what type of application is, what type of application we are developing. And one more thing I thought of missing you. See, there are different types of build mechanisms, right? And there is one more build mechanism where you can customize your own build mechanism also. It may be script. By default, all the build mechanisms are scripts. Suppose you want to write your own, or you want to use the very bold small talk language, or a Pascal, or VB. VB is fine. VB comes with a MS build. So there are other language. There are many more languages. There are roughly 90 languages plus we have in the market. COBOL is there. So there are many things. So for that, under CICD pipeline, are we also creating the pipeline for Kubernetes? Yes, it's only deployment, right? Kubernetes is deployment. You can do that. See, I think let me go back to one slide where it should be 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Let me go to one slide where I don't. See, whenever you use this is simple way. So what is the purpose of, forget about the Jenkins, what are the CICD and all these things now. So whenever a developer writes a code, what he has to do? He has to start using some location to save his source code. If one, it's direct. If not, 2 or 3 or more people they want to add it into the source code. So sorry, source control. This source control we are using Git. And what is the purpose of writing the source code? It has to complete the application, build it, test it, and then deployment, right? Okay. So I save the source code in some Git. Let it be X. Whatever you take on the Git, it's up to you. Second, how does that build? Git doesn't understand how does that build. Just build it. So there should be some supporting packages for that. You go with iOS mobile application development, which by default uses Xcode. If that package is not there, can it be built? No, right? So obviously the build mechanism also should be present in that some of the folders, or should have a link to that folder where whatever the source code we have written, it will be built on that, right? For doing this, we need to understand, because as a DevOps engineer, you have to understand one important point is what type of project it is you are working. You cannot understand everything now, but suppose you got a project, you go to the team, you have to check with what type of code they are working. Based on that, you will identify the number of packages there, how the build mechanism is working. Build mechanism is nothing but your the compiler. How does that compile? All these things are important. The package is responsible for compiling and building to a final executable file. Let it be any executable file. I'm not discussing about what is the executable file. The code is there. Next, what is the second level of adding? It's a build automation. This is we found by default in the Git itself. By default. I'm not complicating here. By default, whatever the code you are pushing to the Git, it will be present with that. It's by default. But there are some packages required for building even that. Okay, if anyone knows what is the C, if you start writing printf statement, I can give you much more clear. Just for printf, you have a library there. If your library is not there, can you get the build? No. So at that time, you need a compiler and the library files which are required. You can talk about the package managers in some of the languages, but the libraries are both the same. Okay? For building this, it's a straight away forward process, but whenever we use automation, because whenever the Git is getting committed to one of the developer's code, obviously to the server, automatically build will start executing. It starts building it. It starts identifying different packages. Suppose if any one of you seen any of the Java application or NPM applications or .NET applications, if you what about device driver software alternate for printer? See, Sudipta, are you from device driver team? Okay. So the device driver, suppose I cannot take much time. If you have anything, you can ping me on that. See, when you observe one thing in the device drivers, the kernel itself is divided into two. BSD is divided into two parts. One is the user mode and one is the kernel mode, right? So whenever you are working on the kernel mode, you use kprintf, right? And in the user mode also, you have many things like sprintf is there, fprintf is there, and it depends again with the different types of compiler. Suppose if you are working on the Windows drivers, there are some other what do you call there are many other printfs, underscore f printf, underscore sf printf. All these things comes with the different drivers based on the things. But if you go with the GCC compiler, that things are completely different. By default, you can think this way: sprintf and kprintf. K is for the kernel one. Okay. So for this only, I was adding this point. Now, when you are writing a low level system level things, the build mechanism you cannot find, because the reason for that is most of the CICD tools have a complete support on all the application levels. Okay. Now, if you want to write this on the low level drivers or hardware part of you, then there is a small point. You cannot go with the standardized build automation tools like Maven, Gradle, .NET and all these things. You have to go with the custom one. If you want, I'll tell you in the last lessons on this, how to do the customization related to the your GCC compiler or what you call Intel C++ compiler. There are a number of compilers we have, right? That I can give you one maybe half an hour session on that, but everyone will be will see that, or I can help you in that things. Okay. So after these build mechanisms, you get all the libraries, you get all the packages, and then start building automated. Once this source control is triggered, then some of you people have committed the code to the server. Other than that, till you get a triggering point, the build automation doesn't run. Once this is done, it searches for all the packages, whatever you have installed or based on your source code. It will give you the complete details of the loading of the packages, restoring the packages, whatever you've seen in the day-to-day activities you are running the build, the same steps. This will give you the link to the package manager. Okay, but I'll show you this part. How does the mobile application run? I think if you are, suppose, even though I give you .NET or Gradle or Maven, whatever, I think other than Sudipta, remaining I can guide you very easily. But Sudipta, let me sit for half an hour for you on this. Okay, and then whatever the unit test scripts we have written, it may be customized or already existing. This will start running after build is getting 00 by default 00 errors we call, or 0 or 100 warnings or something. If the build is successfully passed only, it goes to the next level of the unit test automation. And this unit test automation, it goes to each and every test cases, whatever the unit test we do, based on the different tool here, the dev test tool or any other tools, JUnit, NUnit, whichever the model you are following in your organization based on the project. It's not organization wise. Based on the project, we have some tools. Suppose if you are working on the web applications, by standard, it is a Selenium. And there is one more tool called Appium. Appium is an automated test tool. So you can start integrating that things, but I never done, because automation is a different model. But the backend for Appium is also the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so that type of tools, or you have a different tool sets you can use in anything, right? What is available in the market, you can just configure. For the configuration for all these points, so this everyone knows, right? Starting from build automation to the deployment, you have to give you the path of where the tools are being available and the small configuration mechanism. And after the test cases automation has been done, it is ready for the deployment also. Even though you deploy, there are number of tools available in the market. See, every company, every project, it's not be the same. You have to use the cross tools also. Suppose here we are using only Jenkins and Ansible. Tomorrow you may be using for the deployment, it may be Ansible, and the remaining is another tool. You cannot give you anything guarantee that only Jenkins is the only tool or only Ansible is the tool. There are a number of tools people start using, depends on the client, customer, end users, and the organization policies. People identify what is the purpose of that each and everything, and they go. I hope no doubt still here, clear, right? Super. So can we take a break of 10-15 minutes, or how many minutes you want? Okay. It's almost 8:50. We'll come back at 9:05. 30 minutes. Mm. See, why can't we do one thing? See, instead of taking 30 minutes break, we yes, Nishant is right. We can get one whenever we have some other gap. Okay, so let's come back at around, okay, 20 minutes also fine. 20 and 10. Okay, 10 from tomorrow we'll do differently. For every 1.5 hour we will take. Okay, so 9:10 will come back. Is that fine? 9:10, exactly 20 minutes. Yeah. So can we start? Okay. So in the source stage, whenever we create a pipeline, it generally triggers the source code repository. Okay. So whenever the change in code, a notification to the CICD tool which is running for the corresponding pipelines. So there are number of CI/CD pipelines models: automatically scheduled workflows, user-initiated workflows, and results of other pipelines as well. So first we have to understand the goal of a CI/CD pipeline. So how do you identify what type of trigger we require in a project? So the main goal of a CI/CD, end-to-end CI/CD, means starting from the source Git to the deployment is for reducing the risk involved in the deployment software. This is the first step. And we need faster feedbacks and making a deployment in a repeatable process. 3. These are the major metrics we call that on the DevOps side. So there are some huge deployments which will be in a life, whatever you can talk about, that is a lifetime achievement, like it takes around 1 day, 2 days also on the deployment based on the type of the source codes or the applications you are building. Suppose if you think that in a financial projects, the deployments are very huge. So it has to go with the backend on the server side, the code, and the mobile application involved, and the web application deployments, and it has to connect to the, suppose if you take from the Indian angle, it has to connect to the RBI servers and number of servers. It depends on the complete number of servers it has been interacting. Okay, so generally what kind of feedbacks we require in the CI/CD? The unit test cases on the code, whether it is passed or failed, and performance tests, smoke tests, integration tests. All these things are very important. See, I'm talking in all the domain areas, not only one single area, so that whatever we are writing the automated test cases, it has to be regularly test the source code, and it has to give you the lowering the risk involved in the release. Suppose, I think if everyone knows that Scrum and all, the reason for the CI/CD pipeline gets more is the day one of or first 10 days of the project, the number of build failures are very high. Slowly, the stability of the project will start increasing. If you are working on some project, you can still, the build is one part and the deployment is one part here. Okay, so generally the very strong CI/CD pipeline should involve comparing the source and testing the source code, and there is a producing an artifact from the code and which is ready for the deployment. What do you mean by artifacts? The package managers are majorly for artifacts, and deploying the application to the server automatically. This is called continuous deployment. Okay, so there are 7 stages involved in CI/CD pipeline. First one is the trigger. The best pipeline we think is it has to be triggered automatically. See, what are the 7 points I'm telling now is based on whenever you start your working on the DevOps, and after some time everyone becomes a DevOps architect, right? At that time, these points are very, very important. How does your CI/CD pipeline should look like? Based on these 7 points only, you have to start designing. Okay, this is what I am looking for. This is what I'm not looking for. This is the purpose of this project, and all these things are very important here. So the best pipelines are triggered automatically when the new code is committed. This is the first level. So you can configure CI/CD tool to poll for the changes to a Git repository for triggering. Okay, and there is a second option where we do is we will set up a webhook for notifying CI/CD tool whenever a developer makes a commit push to the server. From why do we what is event for trigger? The event for trigger is nothing but whatever the code you are pushing to the Git, it creates an event in the backend and it triggers the build mechanism or CI/CD. It is not a new source code. Any update changes. Suppose I have written a function where that is working fine, and unexpectedly I want to add some more features in the function, or the way I write the application has been small changed. Let it be single word or anything, even space. The changed source code in a simple words. Okay, so webhook is nothing but how to tell. So whenever we call this webhook, it's an automated message which will be sending from one module to another module. Suppose I will give you a small example. What do you mean by a webhook? See, most of you people seen chat boxes recently, automated chat box. When we start connecting the service, you take any of the web chat window, it starts giving the other guy a webhook, giving that someone started messaging, or it will automatically open, right? So that we call that is a webhook. It is a one-way relationship. No, we are not covering much on the webhook. Just I'm giving the what is the idea for that. So I can't see anything. What does that mean? A limited whenever we require, we'll go with the small webhooks part, but not majority of the part. Right? Is everyone able to see my screen? Okay. What is this guy? Who's Suraj? You can try re-login again. Shit, I got somewhere. Okay. So, and there is second point where the code checkout. So whenever in the first step, the CI server will check the code, right, from the source code repository. So it may be any of the Git tools. The CICD tool receives the information from the code or a webhook, because the reason we have to use the webhook is some of the Git tools will use webhook, some of the tools will use poll. So at that time, the committed trigger, whenever it is committed, it triggers the pipeline. So this pipeline after the commit, it starts the process of the CICD. Okay, and the second level is how are we compiling the code. So the same thing I told before, you have to identify when you are not a developer. Let it be today, it may be developer, but in general, the DevOps guy may not be a developer in any case. See, some things you may know before based on your experience, that's fine. But obviously, if someone comes and talk about Pascal, how you know that? So you have to get the details of you from the manager or the team, so that how does that Pascal runs. So I'm talking about the only Pascal, but let it be React, let it be Node, let it be anything which you people don't know, right? So these things you have to identify what is the basic requirements for started installing the application to run on your, let it be your desktop. Pascal is one of the world language, PASL, okay? So the reason why I moved back to 25 years back is, actually that is the first language you use, maybe embedded developers, if they are having around 10 plus years of experience and only know what is the reason for Pascal. In a simple short, I'll give you, yes, everything, Fortran, everything is there in the previous days. So there are two types of languages. One, the argument starting from right to left and left to right. Pascal is the first language started from left to right. There are many reasons for that. Okay, so you don't know how this COBOL, Fortran, or Pascal, or React, or any other things are going to build. So start installing on your machine. You understand what are the components are required. Based on that, you add it in your build automation tool or artifacts, whatever we call. That artifacts are very important for configuring the build mechanisms. You don't need to do complete automation, but you have to identify what type of mechanism it is going to use, what type of build problems you will get. Suppose you cannot use for Java, you have a Java code, you cannot use .NET, right? The same way you have to identify, okay, this project is based on Maven. That's the only word you require for configuring the setup. Or I need an NPM for this code. Or is there any other things also involved? These are the first 3-4 lines you need to understand when you start configuring the build mechanism. Okay? And do we need to use for Docker also? So, and one more thing forgot about that. Only one Java will use 2 models. The remaining everything is a straight model. Java can be Maven or Gradle. In general, Gradle will be used by the mobile application, Android mobile applications. But Java will use 2 different models for building their applications. One is Maven and the Gradle. So, and this stage, you need to identify whether you are running the clean, fresh environment for deployment also. Like you want where this code is going to deploy, whether it's on the cloud, Dockers, everywhere. And start understanding the test, unit tests. So this unit test is the where we have to start configuring the CICD tool which execute the next level of the test cases on the our code base. Okay. So for whenever you have worked on the Java, there is a what do you call it, JUnit, and for if you have a code in the JavaScript, you have Jest, and for some .NET you use Cucumber and NUnit also. It depends again what type of test cases they are using on the development platform. That you need to start configuring. This is a straightforward. I will show you how to do that. And after configurations, you have to start testing the unit test cases, whether it is pass or fail. You have to start before giving to the developers, telling the developers you can start pushing your code and all these things. You have to start practicing with the best basic hello world program or something. Okay, if it starts running, then the remaining code will start running. You have to cross check the unit test cases first. Okay, let me talk this way. I'm using .NET application, and I want to use NUnit and Selenium. You can use both. NUnit is also for .NET and Selenium is also for web applications. The same way you can add a number of test cases here. Okay, and the next one is the biggest challenge we have: packaging the code. What do you mean by packaging? So suppose if you are available, if you are able to understand the Java code, you have a jar file, right? JAR file, and we are using a Docker containers. And how do we configure to build a Docker image? And if you go with .NET, you have a .exe file, and which is in the portable executable format. These all, yes. See here, I want to tell you some important points. Why do we need automatically scheduled workflows, user-initiated workflows, and results of other pipelines? That was the reason I was going with some important topics. On 7 concepts, you will be deciding the source stage. Okay. So based on this, you will be identified whether The build is based on the same binary for each of the environment, or if it is complex one. For generally, you don't get much of the complex in the straightforward things, but obviously on the embedded side, so we will get lot of things. The reason is we have different platforms, right? Obviously, Mac is a completely closed one, so we are not sure what is that. So for the other Windows and Linux, you have number of different compilers, if you observe that. But in general, everyone will use GCC, but GCC is not the only one. There are a number of things. Okay, when you are targeting for the different target platforms, that concepts again differ here. And what is the file formats are important for the packaging a code. So, but in general, it's a very straightforward, other than the embedded part. And now we have to start running the acceptance tests. So these acceptance tests will come from the original requirements, like how do we automated the acceptance testings. So these acceptance testings will use the Cucumber, and there is one more called Selenium, and there is one more, I forgot that. Generally this will do for the acceptance test. Okay, whatever these Cucumber and Selenium are there, these simulate the user actions on your mobile or web or anything in a generic angle. Then clicking the number of links and all these things are very important for Selenium and Cucumber. Both are very strong in the market. So if we are currently process the required building for a binary and then sending it to the test team to be manually tested also, it takes a lot of time, right? So these acceptance tests will, like Cucumber and Selenium, will reduce lot of time in the testings. Okay, that was the reason this two will also be started adding slowly. And finally, with the delivery of the deployment. So how many people know what, suppose you can take any of the web application, that's fine. How many types of web application postings are there? One, I'm coming from the top, it is cloud, then okay, on premises. Any other things? What was QR? What is it? Container Kubernetes, that's fine. That's the latest one. You tell me the old ones. Still, people are using bare metal. See that you can think on the how virtualization and the on-premises itself. Okay, there is a concept called VPS on the server side. That is one more, and there is a host. What you call it? Shared hosting also. These are the places you host your application. Data center, I cannot count, Suraj. The reason for that is, and data center will have a data center in general is a bare metal. You can think. On top of that, you will have a ESX, Citrix, or Hyper-V or VMware on top of that, and then you will be hosting your applications. But in general, you can count only 4. One is on the cloud directory, which is again a data center related, and on premises. Even on premises, you will have a server. You can think in a simple way, server. This server, and then VPS is one of the important thing. which is presently people are using a lot, and there is a lot of time for converting to the cloud or any other things. See, you have to, whenever you talk about one thing, like on the enterprise, small scale companies and the startups, all these angles, majority will use the shared hosting, enterprise will use the on-premises or a cloud, a little bit on the middle part. Okay. So these build stages, if you count it, one request from my side. One second. Yeah, I too thought that let me talk to the Simple Learn and I'll try to get the access for tomorrow. Because instead of typing, I'm also read all the things. I feel interactive sections are more important than these typing things. Okay, just for today, I'll talk to them and we'll get something on that. Okay, so in the build stages, the same thing I'm telling you again and again, these are the different steps. You have to identify what language, whether Ruby, Python, all these things, and where my deployment is going to happen. Nowadays, you started working on the Dockers, that's fine. But there are old things also you have to learn. That's the reason I added shared hosting and VPS, Dockers, and all these things. Okay, this is on the build stage. You will be configuring the project for the artifacts, majorly artifacts. So the test stages also is there, where whatever I told, use Cucumber for the acceptance test cases and the Selenium. So, how many of you know what is a behavior-driven development? TDD? Okay. No, TDD is different from behavior. No clue. Okay, behavior. See, I think I can tell you some point, but not there in the slides. There are 2 points. One is the TDD and the behavior-driven development. So this, let me talk about the BDD first. So this is also an agile software development, which is mostly the lot of collaborations with the developers, quality assurance, testers, all these things in a software project. So generally, this is BDD is majorly useful for Cucumber. BDD means what does that mean? Cucumber is one and BDD is one. This is a different type of development. Cucumber is a software tool. Okay. So the major point I want to give you in the BDD is it is domain specific language where natural language constructs, English, Japanese, whatever the languages we seen in the days, all these things are basically based on the artificial intelligence. Suppose if you have any basic single line idea on the artificial intelligence, your face feelings, the way you talk, the way your lips move, all these things are a behavior-driven development comes into the BDD. So the languages, all these things. Most of the things here it focuses on 4 parts. Ways to start in the process. This is complete on the AI side. What to test and what to not to test. How to test in one go. What to call the tests, and how to understand why the test has been failed. These are the 5 points BDD is going to focus. Okay, so in BDD we have to rethink the approach of unit testing and the acceptance testing. See here, there are multiple stakeholders, multiple scale, high automations, agile methodologies will also involve. So there are some principles for this BDD, and we will define a test set for the unit test first. And here one more important thing is making the test fail. Generally, what the testers will do, they look for the test to pass. Here, they start only thinking how the test is getting failed. How they make the test fails for everything. Suppose I give you a small example. In artificial intelligence, so the data set they have started creating, okay, it fails many number of times, right? So initially when you do these data sets, what will happen is most of the times it may not be correct. Then the accuracy will be counted. So this accuracy, if you are achieving 65%, is very high. But this is not the case on web applications, mobile applications, or any other things. So if you are achieving 80%, the project is a huge success. Okay. So whatever the capture of data on you were smile, angry, and all these things, the major principle for the BDD is the test has to fail. You cannot implement unless that, because out of 100, I'm talking about if you take 5,000 samples, you get only 70%, you get only 60%, you get only 40%. Slowly it starts improving, and the max you can get is up to 80%. So I'm not talking about 1 or 2% extras. In general, it's 80%. The product is a good. Okay, and after the test cases fail, then they start implementing the test. Remember these 2 points. They will define the test and make the test fail, and then implement the unit test cases, and then finally implement the unit test makes to succeed. These are the major principles of BDD. Okay, so most of the times we have to think in 2 ways. One is the test-driven architecture and the behavior-driven architecture. Okay, depends upon the size and the complexity of the project. This phase can last from, based on the size of that, it is from seconds to the number of hours also. Because there are number of test cases will start adding, and they will start reproducing the bugs, and they will start validating the correctness of the code and the behavior of the product, how the product is getting behaved after. I can give you one more point here. Suppose everyone is using your smartphones, right? For embedded, there is a one test called DOU, means days of usage. You don't switch your mobile, and we have to see, even you charge, doesn't matter. So these days of usage, we have to identify how long hours or how many hours these days of usage has been started increasing. That was the reason if you go for buying a mobile phone, the battery what you call just one second. The battery is 5000 mAh battery, and the use you can on down you can see speak time or something. The words I forgot that. That is based on the days of usage. Okay, it keeps in a different mode, like how long the battery will come when you are speaking, how long the battery will come when no one is using for the 4-5 days or 10 days, or depends on the it calculates on the number of hours, and how long if you are using videos on the machine, and how long your Wi-Fi test cases. Suppose when you are working, obviously we will connect with the Wi-Fi, right, at home or your mobile data. So all these test cases are behavior driven. It sees the behavior of the code. Okay, and in the deployment stage, so there are number of for even when you are running your CI/CD pipeline, you can start. Suppose I'll give you like this. The deployment will be on different multiple environments, like beta, staging environment, for internally for the which product team or a production environments, or the end users. You start testing on the Ubuntu different versions, and Linux different Windows different versions. Windows 10, what is the behavior of Windows 11? What is the behavior? Windows Server, what is the behavior? All these things comes in the deployment stages. Okay, but it has to pass all the predefined deployment, and it is ready for the deployed. Okay, here we use agile model for the development whenever we start deploying work in progress or manually to the staging environment. So the approved changes will be automatically deployed from the master to the production branch. I think everyone knows Git and all these things, right? Okay. Okay. So now how do we implement CICD? What are the different tools we have? What are the popular tools we have in the market? One is a Jenkins, and one is a Travis CI, and one is a Bamboo, and one is a GitLab. It depends on the project to project. We'll come one by one. See, Maven is not a CI/CD pipeline tool. We'll come one by one. Okay. So same as Jenkins, there is a Travis CI. So what is the major difference we see on the Travis CI? Travis CI is a commercial tool. Jenkins is an open source tool. That's the only change. And Travis takes very less time to get started, when Jenkins needs lot of information for setup. And Travis will give you a less customization, and Jenkins will require lot of bigger number of customizations it takes some time. Okay, and Travis CI use YAML configuration, and Jenkins will use full configuration option to the user. So these are the basic things you have. Still, why do we go with Travis CI? And generally, one more thing, even Jenkins and Travis is free for open source projects. Okay. Other than, okay, I think Travis will give you some more integrations with the Slack, HipChat, emails, and all these things. Generally, Jenkins will do on the Mac all these things. And any other things. Travis will give you around 21 or 20 languages, almost all the languages. It has a predefined, one more good with the Travis is, actually both are same, I tell you, I will come to that point. It has a predefined build and test tools. And there is a lot of deployment, you can do it on the multi-cloud services. But I didn't see much on this. And lot of Kubernetes, Libvirt, and Kubernetes and Dockers are compatible with most of the things on the Jenkins side. See, it's majorly the cost, setup time, performance. That's it. Usage is almost both are same. Open source tool is Jenkins, and Travis is the commercial tool. Roughly it will cost around $150 or something on the Travis enterprise version. Jenkins is completely free. And coming to Bamboo, so Bamboo is also one more tool we have, which has a lot of integration with GitLab. I don't think GitLab is a free and open source tool. The reason for that is if I remember, it's around 7,000 CI/CD pipe, 7,000 minutes of CI/CD pipeline is free. After that is heavy costly. Okay. See, it depends on which type of tool you are going to use. GitLab has a lot of integrations, that is true, but again, it depends on the project. Suppose if you are getting only less than every day, you are only building it some time, and it doesn't take much time. So based on the number of minutes of building the CI/CD, even GitLab is having an internal CI/CD pipeline. You don't need to work on the Jenkins or Travis or Bamboo. Okay, so but still, and finally, what you can understand, every Git tool is also having a CI/CD capabilities. It may be integrated with Jenkins or any other open source tools or any commercial tools, but still you have to identify based on the pricing also, because if in general GitLab is an open source tool, but there are some limitations for that. Whenever you go for the costing only, you will come to know. So I have around 1,000 minutes free for the building the pipeline. That will be one project, that will be 10 projects, doesn't matter for you. Whenever you start building around 5 projects, the 1,000 projects, 1,000 minutes will be done within a week. So you have to count as per that. So when it comes to So Jenkins have one more good support with the Marvel continuous testing SE. We call that as the SE, and Puppet, which is a configuration management tool, and Nagios is also one of the tool. It has a continuous monitoring tool and continuous deployment tool. It has a Ansible. So almost all these tools are open source tools, but still have a strong support for the Jenkins. But coming to what you call Bamboo, Bamboo is released by Artisan. So here there are different plans, stages, jobs, and tasks with the help of the UI. So every stage it has, and in stage there are number of jobs. In each job, number of tasks are present. So the only major features with is Bamboo is a commercial tool. Both are from the Java background, Java programming language. See, there are some, obviously every tool will have some positives and some negatives also, right? So setup is very easy with Bamboo. And here the Bamboo is having a negative, I can say. Its support, it doesn't, plugin support is very less when you compare with Jenkins. Jenkins roughly have around 1200 plugins to integrate with the various platforms. Bamboo doesn't have that. So the only thing Bamboo is having, it is came from the Artisan. All the Artisan tools are integrated, like your Jira, your workflows, deployment projects, enterprise grade permissions on the test automations, all these things. Whatever you get it from the Artisan, everything is integrated perfectly. See, whoever is very strong in Jira and all, obviously their mindset, they can think that, okay, I can use Bamboo instead of Jenkins. So that angles you can go, but in general, you have a very good support for the Jenkins, because around 1200 plugins are present in the Jenkins part. So how do you select the different types of CI/CD tools? So first step is hosting options. See, here there is two things, whether it's on-premises tool or a cloud tool. Whichever you are comfortable, people will go there. See, don't tell that today cloud is there and because of cloud, the easiest way we can run it on the cloud. No, there are some companies who only look into their on-premises. Still, the reason for that is high security of their softwares. At the same time, I don't want others to connect to their servers. Like if you know something, you can crack that. That's not a big deal. So that was the reason still, and some of the tools still has not moved to the cloud. That is also one of the main point for going for the on-premises, and the costing is also there. So when you go with the costing, obviously cloud is the cheapest option when you look for the on-premises. And second one, the number of integrations, the number of software supports, the number of plugin supports we used to look at, and usability and setup. So how usable are these CI/CD tools? Is it easy to use, flexible, whatever the customizations we use on everyday things? Based on that, we go for tool selections also. And nowadays, there is a container support is also important. People are coming with, I need a container support like Docker, Kubernetes. and all these things. So is there any support? Because still some of the software still did not got complete hold on the containerization. And the final one is, if you have any libraries where you can reusability of the code is there, then you can get into that tool. This is the 5 important points you look after the CICD pipelines tool selections. So do you want to break for 5-10 minutes? Okay. So these are the when you are going for the CICD selection, this is a small tool identifying from the market presence and the satisfaction levels. People are there. So Bamboo, Chef, Team City, Codeship is and Travis CI and Jenkins, Circle CI and TFS. TFS is nothing but what you call Azure DevOps tool. Okay, the market presence is there for TFS, and satisfaction wise, I didn't find any drawbacks there. That's easy to start, and you can learn very faster when you compare with learning number of tools. It's up to everyone. Okay, so but the readers, you cannot tell which one is the strong, because Circle CI is also one of the good tools. And see, these ratings has been given by some organizations based on number of points, stack share, all these things. So they divide every time we get this how based on the end user satisfaction, what is the high performances we see, market presence, all these things. It depends. How come then this? Okay, so I think here I need to tell only the free community support is there, and it's the first choice for the continuous integration. Okay, so generally this is based into on premises, and also it runs on the cloud servers, and it supports all the 3 operating systems like Windows all versions supported, Mac all versions supported, and as per you, it is a Linux all flavors. This Hudson project is there, right? That's the same code they are using, which is written in Java. So the benefits of Jenkins is no expenses as per the management cost. So active community is one of the strongest point for Jenkins to be a market leader, and distribution of builds and tests on multiple machines. Like I told you can test on at a time Windows Server, Windows 11, Windows 10, and Ubuntu and all these things. That can be done very easy, and the number of integrations are very higher, and plugins libraries are very high. The drawback is it's having a very insufficient documentation and poor UI and manual effect of monitoring. So UI, if you think that it is not highly acceptable and the documentation is good, it's not good, and manual effects for all the monitoring we have to take it. because we have to create a plugin, we have to upgrade them, all these things. There are a lot of interdependencies we have. But do you know one thing? Out of these many years of experience, I seen Jenkins is one of the tools without a proper documentation, and it was a market leader for. See, most of the companies gives you the better documentation, but I don't know what is the reason behind the documentation. We don't know. This is the general UI we see. See, whatever you have, the new item, people, what is the build history? What is how do we manage the Jenkins? That is we call settings and my views, open blue version, all the credentials. So just create a jobs here. How is there any build queues we have in the what do you call on the queue and build executor status? Is it on the Docker side or anything on the which is on the slave or something? So there is one more called Team City. This is given by JetBrains. I hope everyone knows the JetBrains, right? JetBrains is one company where it gives high quality of CI server. It has a good number of authentication. Remember this. Authentication, deployment and testing features, and also it supports Docker. And the same, if you whatever you see nowadays, it is going to support all the things like Windows, Linux, and Mac. Still, this TeamCity is supporting very, very, very old of Solaris, FreeBSD, IBM ZOS, and HP UX. That's the only positive for the TeamCity now. Because if you want to run Solaris servers, I don't know how many are there now, but I don't think after 25 years we will get Solaris servers or FreeBSD servers. But if they have, you cannot run who? Okay. That's good. You have seen Solaris server. I seen in my starting of my career. But after that, I never seen that. Okay. So these servers, if you want to run Jenkins, it is a hectic. You cannot run by default, but there is some ways you can do that, but still it doesn't. Jenkins doesn't support this. The benefits are setup is easy, everything is built-in features, good documentation, and there is a Visual Studio Code support, and there is a .NET support for TeamCity. How many people know what is a Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio? Okay, I think everyone knows that. So, the major drop. So, IDE for Angular is not right. IDE is right. Here, the concept, see what happened is, if you want to change every time one IDE, it is very hectic, right? That's the reason Microsoft came up with one single tool called Visual Studio Code. So you can start installing your extensions, whatever. It supports around 70 languages now. If you want to see, you can look 71 or 72 till the last 10 days back. Okay. And the main problem with the TeamCity is everything is a manual upgradation process, and it cannot. It has to be done manually. A small major version to one another, it will have a longer process to do on the on our server. And TeamCity is complex. For To start with very immediately for a fresher, it is very difficult to use this for production. And bamboo, I think I have done. So the only point I want to add is all the Bitbucket, Jira, Confluence, which is the part of artisan products, are integrated with them. Even Jenkins have integrations, but it's much better when you talk about the bamboo part. So there are a number of benefits we have on the bamboo now. So most of the technology stacks is supported by bamboo. Documentation is very good. And Bitbucket pipelines, you can do it very easy in the bamboo, and multiple notification methods. There is a dashboard we call it as a wallboard. So it gives you the complete results on a dedicated dashboard where it sends to the Google chat. I don't see any Teams or Outlook Office, but it has all the support for almost all the integrations with the. So the plugins are very less. When you compare with Jenkins, Jenkins has around roughly 1200 something, and bamboo is only having 208, and it is a little bit setup is very complicated. And Travis, I think we have spoke something on this. So, and one more thing I forgot about that. Travis is only on the cloud, not on the dedicated server. So there are some offers they provide on the on-premises, but there are a lot of hectic process for that. The pricing is also very high. Okay, so this is also almost the same. Direct connectivity with the GitHub, good UI, easy configuration setup, and backup of the recent build is good in this Travis. This is lagging in most of the CI parts. You cannot take a backup much. See, you can take the backup, but there is again a hectic process for the others, but here it is very easy when you compare it. And there is no no CD. And mostly it supports only GitHub poster projects. So let it be public and let it be private. It hosts majorly integration with the GitHub. And Circle CI is very good when you compare with the cloud. So integrations are good. Only most of the times it uses Mac and Linux, not on the Windows CI. Windows. So generally Circle CI will be used on the private cloud or a data center. This is famous for the data center and private cloud, not on the generic usages. See, people are there who use for generic for testings and all these things, but this is more popular for the private cloud and the data center. So support, UI is very simple. Customer support is very good, and testing support, all the basically installations and third-party dependencies are very good. Manual debugging we don't need to use in the manual. So this is a highly and it doesn't support Windows OS and no caching for the Docker images. Still, it is on the testing phases now. Excessive automation. excessive automation is nothing but whatever the change environment without a warning, which it will be having a issue. Suppose you cannot work on the beta versions. In a simple word, you cannot work on the beta versions. So you want to take a 15 minutes break? Yes. So we'll come back at 10:30. Okay? Yeah. So you are back? Yes. So we'll have around 5 to 6 questions. We'll try to answer that and we'll close this session for today. So what is a continuous integration? So there are 4 options where multiple developers are coding on the same functionality. See. Yes. Okay. Continuous delivery and continuous deployment are synonyms and refer to the same false. Yes. Which of the following tools doesn't support CICD? Travis CI and A both. D. So this is the overall we have for today. So tomorrow what we can do is we'll start with the Git. Setting up the Git, configuring the SSH keys, and forking a sample repository, and we'll do some lab in that. And after that, Jenkins configuration, downloading, installations, and preparing a build server, and starting the Jenkins. And after that, we'll do one practice lab. And here we'll be configuring one of the developer tools, Maven setup and JDK. And one more lab. And we'll go more detail into Jenkins architecture. How do we use plugins, notifications, backup and security, and on the pipelines, and a little bit introduction on the blue version. Okay, and there are 4 labs for tomorrow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we'll start from tomorrow, the same time. Is that fine? From yes, tomorrow we'll be starting using the lab. What is this? Project to be build the Jenkins. Not project is complete project. So setting up all the servers directory and starting some Jenkins, understanding the tool, all these things here. Set here Git. I think most of the people know usage of the Git and will practice some of the based on the sample repository. How do you import and how do you configure and all these things. And here installing all the configurations with the JDK, Maven setup, and here we will understand the architecture related to the Jenkins, notification, how do you set up the notifications, and security, because sometimes there are a lot of security features also, so we have to go with that, and how do we back up, and how do you understand the pipelines, and a small demo on that. Prerequisites, I don't think there is nothing. I think you need to log in, just 1 second. Log into the LMS portal and there is a practice labs. Here you have a DevOps in AWS. I'll show you how do you use that. Whether you want AWS instances, we'll do almost every part here, and you have a lot of time for practicing also. Okay. Assisted practice folder. Where is that? We'll see, Ramya. I think we can access tomorrow and we can see any of these things. Okay. Practice reps. Okay, self-running. So, okay. Just I will try to share the notes tomorrow. I think you all have let me check. Mostly tomorrow I'll share you the notes. Okay. Okay. I'll talk to the admin so that you can get access to self-running also. Let's see. Okay. Tomorrow same time. So you have any other doubts? And I'll try to check with these guys on interactive session. It will be much better. I'll give you the link tomorrow. First, I don't know Django because I was not a Python guy. You ask me any embedded, I can give you much better than any people. But I'll try to do this Django, or otherwise do one thing. You keep a sample Django on your machine, so I will help you in that. See, that is not a big deal. The only thing is the sample code is the major for me. If you are, let me try that as well. I'll show you. This one, is that fine? Sure. Okay. If no, yeah, we'll connect tomorrow the same time. I think for Ramya, I need to check. I'll check with their admin. Okay, then. Bye. Good night.
Hello everyone. I hope you really enjoyed the session. And if your experience in the session was highly satisfactory, please do rate us with a 10. We would highly appreciate it. And the feedback form will auto-populate on your default browser once you end this session. So thank you so much everyone for joining today's session, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.